Good afternoon, everyone. So today we are starting with the revision session of business communication subject for CSEET. Okay, I hope all your preparations would be going properly. Okay, now we are doing the revision session. So today our agenda is going to be covering chapter 4 and chapter 6, okay, because these are two important chapters covering almost 20 marks of your syllabus. So we are starting first with chapter number 4. I hope you all are aware about that business communication subject is overall of 50 marks, okay? So it becomes a very important subject to clear in your EET level. And of course, it is very scoring also from exam point of view. So, which is why we will try to cover all the concepts, along with we will also try to cover the MCQs also. So you get a better idea of how the questions come, okay, and how the your preparation is improved. Okay, so we are starting with chapter number 4, that is concept of business communication. Concept of business communication. Okay, now first we will start with the most basic term and understand the meaning of the word communication. Now, what is communication? It is exchange of ideas, information, messages, feelings, emotions between two or more persons. Okay, so what is a basic understanding of the word communication? It is exchange of ideas, information, messages, feelings, emotions. Now when I say exchange of ideas, information, messages, feelings, emotions, here we are talking about verbal or non-verbal messages. Okay, so it can be by using words also, and it can be without using the words also. So there can be a combination of verbal and non-verbal messages. And when I say between two or more persons, here I mean that there should be at least one sender and one receiver. Okay, so when I'm having a conversation, okay, at least there should be one sender and one receiver. So sender is going to share the information, and of course receiver is going to listen and respond to the sender. So there has to be almost one sender and one receiver, which means between two or more persons. Okay, so this is the basic understanding, basic meaning of the term communication. Now next definition that we will do is the definition of effective communication. Now what do you mean by effective communication? Effective communication means that when the receiver understands the message completely, when the receiver understands the message completely, it is going to be called as effective communication. Okay, so suppose for example, okay, whatever I'm discussing right now with you in this YouTube live, as a receiver, if you understand each and every content, as a receiver, if you are able to relate to what I'm saying, as a receiver, if you are able to understand my concepts, I can say that this YouTube live will be considered as an effective communication. Next definition is business communication. This is your entire subject name. Now, when I say business, what is the key word when I describe the word business? It means that you are focusing on profits and gains. Okay, so when you are earning profits and gains, when you are going to like the whole intention of doing business is to earn profits and gains, that's when we can say that I am having business communication. Like when the communication is shared, when communication is shared while providing goods or services with an intention to earn profits and gains, then this becomes business communication. So while you are like giving out services, while you are selling your goods, and in that course of action of providing goods or services, whatever communication that you do with an intention to earn profits and gains, it becomes business communication. Okay, next is administrative communication. Now, what is an administrative communication? Let's understand. Suppose, for example, any communication which has feedback, and when we implement this feedback, okay, it becomes administrative communication. See, any communication is going to have feedback. It's not like only administrative communication is going to have feedback. No, any general communication is also going to have a feedback, but when this feedback is implemented, okay, when this feedback is understood and taken care of, we can say it is administrative communication. How? Let's say, suppose for example, if I go to a restaurant, okay, to have lunch or dinner. When I go to that restaurant, I feel that the food is really very spicy. Okay, so I tell the manager of the restaurant that please reduce the spice level. The food is extremely spicy. So the manager understood that yes, the food is spicy, and they try to reduce the spice level. They ensure that the spice level is down and the spice level is reduced. So next time when I go to that restaurant, I really feel that the spice level has been reduced. So here I can say that my feedback has been implemented and the spice level was reduced. So when the feedback gets implemented, I can say that I have had an administrative communication with the restaurant. Okay, some definitions which becomes the part of chapter number 4. Okay, let's come to the notes that we refer to in the class. Okay, now if you see here in communication, they have discussed that it is a pervasive activity. Now what do you mean by pervasive activity? Pervasive activity means it is present everywhere. Okay, the communication is present everywhere. If you are at home, there is communication. If you are in your office, there is communication. If you are in college, if you are in school, if you're traveling in public transport, okay, even social media is a part of communication that we have. Okay, so communication is a pervasive activity. When I say it is a pervasive activity, that means it is present everywhere. Okay, Now, if you see here, third point, what is written here? Here you will see there are four definitions of communication given here. Now see, up till now, question has not come on the definition, but surely question has come on the name of the authors. Okay, so how the question comes, they will ask you that communication is transfer of information from one person to another, whether or not it elicits confidence. This definition is given by dash. So you'll have four options and you'll have to mark the right option, that is Coots and O'Donnell. Similarly, they can ask you a question. Communication is simplest way of conveying information from one person to another. This definition is given by dash. So here answer is Hudson. Okay. So never up till now, okay, question has come on definition. But yes, question has been definitely asked on the name of the person, name of the author who has given the definition. So these are the four definitions of which you will have to remember the name of the author. Also, if you see a few points further, here if you see definition of business communication by different authors. Okay, so starting from W.H. Newman to C.F. Summer till William Albig. Okay, up till here, there are some of the name of the authors which are mentioned. So here also, okay, the question can come on the name of the authors, because see why up till now the question has not come on the definition is because, okay, like here and there the meaning remains the same only. Okay, it's just that they have changed the words, but the gist, the core meaning of the definition remains the same. They have just changed the words here and there, but the definition, the meaning is going to remain the same only. So here also, please for your exam, okay, remember the name of the authors. I know it's not possible to remember everything in one go, okay, because remembering the name of the authors, I'm sure it is challenging, but 2-3 times if you keep reading it continuously, I'm sure while you read the options in the exam, you will be able to find out, okay, what the right definition is, okay, and who the author is. Next, here if you see, common means of communication are spoken words, written words. It means we are talking about verbal. Okay, further explanation on this will come. There is diagrams, pictures, graphs. This is visual, and gestures. Here it is going to be non-verbal. Okay, so this is a combination of communication. Next, let's see is now if you see the two concepts given here, one is significance of communication and one is importance of communication. Okay, so if you understand significance and importance, meaning of this is same only. Like if I say characteristics and features, okay, both word mean the same only. Here also, if I mention it as importance or I mention is as significance, okay, it is somewhat similar, but there is one point which makes it different. Okay, if you see here on page number 144, they have mentioned importance of communication in human resource management. That means these points mentioned here are specifically focusing on importance of communication in human resource management. Here, human resource management means here we are talking about employees. And here also, if you see importance of communication, these are general points. This is not focusing only on employees. These are general importance of communication, but a point about this, the topic about this specifically mentions about human resource management, okay? So the first is base for action. Now see, what is base for action? Let's say if you are working in an organization, okay? So when you are working in an organization, it is going to be the duty of the organization to tell you what is your job. Okay, let's say today I have to take this live session starting from 12 p.m. Okay, if the organization has informed me about it, if the organization has told me about it, of course I will be able to remember it. Okay, of course I will be able to take the action. Okay, if I am not told only that what time I have to come for the live session, then how am I supposed to take the action? Okay, today if you are also watching this video, you know what the timetable is, you know what the schedule is, okay, how the subjects are divided. So the students that are watching live right now, okay, know that today at 12 o'clock we will start discussing the YouTube live for business communication subject. So till the time it is not informed, till the time it is not told, you will not be able to take the action. Okay, so if as a top management I want that the employees should work in a certain way, the employees should do their job in a certain way, the employees should take an action in a certain way, it is my duty, okay, to inform the employees so that they will be able to take the action. Next, planning becomes easy. Now see, planning with respect to human resource means what? Let's say if I want to recruit new people, okay, I want to take new staff, I want to take interviews, okay, I want to hire new people. So for that, of course, planning is required, and planning cannot be done without communication, and planning is everywhere. Okay, it's not just with respect to human resource. Okay, planning is everywhere. Let's say if you're planning a trip, okay, if you want to go on a trip somewhere, okay, you are going to discuss a few things, you are going to plan out a few things, only then you will be able to, understand and plan out, okay, exactly what you want to do, what is your budget, what kind of options you are looking for. And without communication, okay, planning is not possible, because for planning you need information. And from where do you get the information? You get the information through communication. Next, means of coordination. Now see, let's say suppose as an organization I have multiple you know branches. As an organization, if I have multiple departments, so if I want the different branches to have coordinated work, I want different departments, okay, to work, together as a team. So for that also communication is required. Okay, so if suppose there is branch A and there is branch B, okay, if there are two different branches and I want these two different branches to work together, I can do that only with the help of communication. So there should be some kind of discussion, there should be some kind of information that will be transferred, only then I will be able to do the coordination. Next, helps in decision making. Now for decision making, you need information. Okay, without information, decision making cannot be done. And to get the information, you need communication. Without communication, there cannot be, like information. And without information, there cannot be decision making. So, to have a proper decision making skill, you need information. And from where do you get the information? You will get the information from communication. Next, provides effective leadership. Now suppose if I want to be a good superior, Okay, if I want to be a good leader to my staff, I want to be a good leader to my subordinates, I will have to give you that comfort zone. Okay, I will have to ensure that you are comfortable. I will have to ensure that whatever your needs are, okay, whatever your demands are, whatever your expectations are, I am able to fulfill it. So when that comfort zone will come, okay, when I will be able to prove myself to be a good leader, okay, only when we have discussion. See, when you become comfortable with someone, okay, when you know that person, okay, when openly you can share things with them. So if I want to prove myself to be a good leader, okay, if I want to become a good superior to my subordinates, of course communication will be required. Next, boosts morale and motivation. Now, these 2 points are related to each other. Now, here morale means what? Confidence. Okay. Now, if I am proved to be a good leader, okay, if I become a good leader, okay, it will, you know, increase the confidence of my subordinates because I give you that comfort zone. Okay, we are trying to resolve the misunderstanding that we have. We are trying to see to it that the misunderstanding does not happen. Okay, if you face any conflict, okay, there is some kind of misunderstanding between us, if I am a good leader, okay, if I give you that comfort zone through communication, of course you will be able to, you know, increase your confidence, it will boost your morale, and of course you will be feeling more motivated, more, you know, like encouraging to work in the organization. Okay, as a subordinate, if you know that you don't have a good boss, okay, you don't have a good leader, okay, of course it is not going to make, you know, that comfort zone for you. Okay, there could be a possibility of more misunderstanding that may happen. So ensure, okay, that with the use of proper communication and by becoming a good leader, okay, you ensure that your subordinates motivation and confidence is increased. Okay, let's do importance of communication. Okay, first is helps in increasing the productivity of the organization. Now see, through communication, okay, we can increase the trust. Through communication, cooperation, teamwork can increase. And if everybody is working together in coordination, okay, if people are working together in coordination, we can say that the efficiency and productivity of the employees will increase. Helps in increasing the customers. Now, this is for the outsiders, okay? Now, if I want to increase my customer base, okay, I will have to do advertisement. I will have to do promotion. Okay, there should be proper marketing which I will do. So advertisement is also a type of communication. Okay, but it is for outsiders. Okay, like suppose for example when rankers come from JK Shah classes. Okay, so promotion is done, advertisement is done. It is for whom? It is for the outsiders to know that what kind of result, okay, has been delivered, okay, from this organization, which will help to increase the customers, which will help to ensure that more and more people get to know about the classes, more and more people get to know about the batches, and with that we are able to increase our sales and customer base. Next, enhances business partnership. Now here business partnership means here we are talking about outsiders, okay? See, we are dependent on so many people, okay, to ensure that we have a smooth and a running organization. Okay, let's say if I talk about a coaching institute, okay, we are dependent on printers. Okay, we are dependent on our investors, we are dependent on our students. Okay, so if you want to maintain good relations with your vendors, good relations with the printers, good relations with the service providers, good relations with the investors, good relations with the lenders. Okay, communication is important. See, in our personal life also, okay, if you want to maintain good relations with your relatives, if you want to ensure that everybody in your family, okay, is taken care of, okay, you know them, you understand them, you want their support, of course you need to have communication with them. Next, facilitates innovation in business. See, when can you come up with new ideas? Okay, when can you innovate? When you are able to, have like new suggestions and opinions. Okay, suggestions and opinions are needed. Suggestions and opinions are welcomed to come up with new ideas. Okay, now suppose for example, if we want to innovate our teaching method, okay, if we want to cater to a wider audience, if we want to see to it more and more students all over India get to know about the presence of this coaching class, then of course we will have to take suggestions, opinions from people, so that we can come up with some new ideas, we can come up with some new innovation. See, when you can innovate, when you can come up with new ideas, okay, when you are like, having conversation with people, when you ask for suggestions and opinions from people. And how do you get the suggestions and opinions? Okay, you get it through communication. Next, information exchange. Okay, now when you want to transfer the information, when you want to exchange the information, okay, it is going to be possible through communication. Right now I am sharing my information with you, I am exchanging the information with you. And why am I able to do it? How am I able to do it? I'm able to do it with the help of communication. Next, preparations of plans and policies. Okay, if I want to come up with a new plan, okay, if I want to come up with new policies, if I want to come up with new rules and regulations, for that I will need information. And on the basis of that information, okay, I will be able to make new policies and new plans. And from where do I get the information? I will get the information through communication. Okay, so this is your importance of communication. Next is a very general point, that is features of communication. Let's see what are the features. First, two-way process. Two-way process means, we have discussed, there should be at least one sender and one receiver. Next, ongoing process. What is ongoing process? Till the time you are not till the time you have not shared the information, the communication will be ongoing. Like, let's say for this example, this YouTube live, till the time I do not share the entire revision with you, till the time I do not, like inform and do not share all the contents with you, the information is going to be ongoing, the communication is going to be ongoing. Next, consist of not only facts but ideas and emotions too. That means it is a combination of verbal and non-verbal messages. Okay, it cannot be just verbal, it cannot be just non-verbal. It is of course a combination of both verbal and. Next, dynamic process. What is dynamic? Dynamic means ever changing. Okay, something that keeps changing as per the situation changes. That is called as dynamic process. Like suppose for example, if I say, imagine 10 years back when we used to wish people on their birthdays, when we used to wish people on their anniversaries. Okay, it used to be like you make a phone call or just go and meet them. But now what the trend is, that just put a story on Instagram, okay, just put like a, like a song with it, okay, just put a message on the WhatsApp group, okay, on the family group or whatever, whichever way. So this means that the method is changing to communicate with people. It has become dynamic. Next is goal oriented. Goal oriented means what? The goals of sender and receiver is same. Okay, so we have to see to it that if the goals of the sender and receiver is matching, the goals of sender and receiver is same, only then the communication will be smooth. Suppose for example, my goal is different and your goal is different. That means the goals of the sender and receiver here are absolutely different. So here it is not going to be a goal-oriented process. Next, interdisciplinary science. Now, what is interdisciplinary science? Okay, suppose for example, people from different academic backgrounds, people from different social backgrounds, people from different cultural backgrounds having conversation with each other, it is going to be an interdisciplinary science. So people with different fields of knowledge, okay, people belonging to different sectors, people belonging to different groups, okay, will ensure that different kinds of people have conversation with each other. This makes it an interdisciplinary science. Okay, so these are some 3 points that we have discussed. Actually 4 if you consider introduction also. So one is features, one is significance, and one is importance. Okay.
This. So we don't have AG. You understand? एडमिनिस्टर इसलिए है डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे किसको अपॉइंट किया इंस्पेक्टर्स अलग अलग प्रकार के इंस्पेक्टर
Okay, let's continue with other topic, that is types of communication. Now, there are two types of communication. One is internal and one is external. Now, internal also has three categories: upward, downward, horizontal and lateral. Okay. External does not have any further categories. Internal has three categories: upward, downward, horizontal and lateral. Okay. Earlier there were four categories. There was diagonal also, but now diagonal is no longer part of your syllabus. Okay. So let's first understand what is internal communication. Now, as the name suggests, I'm sure it's very evident what is internal communication. Communication that takes place within the organization. It is called as internal communication. So communication that takes place within the organization with the employees, it is called as internal communication. Now internal communication can be oral also, can be written also. Internal communication can be formal also as well as informal also. Okay, so when you talk to people within the organization, okay, of course you are going to talk something related to work, as well as you are going to talk something which is not related to work. Okay, so there is going to be a combination of both formal as well as informal messages. Okay, now in this is this point that I am discussing right now is important because it has come in the form of MCQ. Any internal communication which is informal in nature will give rise to grapevine. Now, what do you mean by grapevine? It means gossips and rumors. Okay, so when you talk something personal, okay, when the communication is informal and it happens within the organization, it is going to give rise to grapevine. And what is the meaning of the word grapevine here? Grapevine means gossips and rumors. See, understand, nobody is going to gossip and spread rumors about your work, okay, about formal messages. Always gossips and rumors are going to happen on your personal talks, okay, on the basis of informal communication, which is why it is very clearly said that internal communication which is informal in nature will give rise to grapevine. Okay, now next, what is external communication? Now, of course, as the name suggests, what is external communication? Communication that takes place with the people, communication that takes place with the people outside the organization who are associated with the company, who are associated with the company. Such communication is called as external communication. Okay, so suppose if I talk to my clients, okay, I talk to my vendors, I talk to my distributors. So when I talk to the people outside the organization who are somehow related, who are somehow associated with the company, I can say that I am doing external communication. Now, external communication has to be strictly formal. Okay, so you are not going to talk anything personal with outsiders. It is only and only going to be related to work only. Okay, and also external communication has to be in the written format. Okay, you are not going to discuss anything with outsiders in the oral form, because what if some kind of dispute happens? Okay, if you have something in the written format, of course it is going to be, you know, used as evidence, it is going to be used as a proof. Okay, so that is, it has to be in the written form. Now let's discuss what is downward communication. Okay, if you see the levels of organization, one is top level, one is middle level, and one is lower level. So when the communication goes from top to middle and middle to lower, we can say that this is a downward flow of communication. Now, downward flow of communication is called as traditional flow of communication. Now, why it is called as a traditional flow of communication is because all the important decisions will be taken by the top management. Okay, no doubt, all the important decisions are taken by the top management, but here, middle and lower levels are not allowed to participate in the decision making. Okay, middle and lower levels of management will not be involved, will not be allowed to participate in the decision making. Okay, why? Because it's the, you know, downward communication. Whatever the top management wants to decide, whatever the top management's decision is, will be considered as full and final, which is why it is called as a traditional flow. Like, you know, in the olden times, when there used to be joint families, when people used to, you know, stay together, when people used to, you know, like stay in big families. So whatever the elder people, whatever the senior most member would tell them, that would be considered as full and final. Even if the lower and middle levels of management, okay, do not like the decision, they will have to follow, because it is a downward communication. So they are not allowed to participate in the decision making. Whatever is told by told to them by the top level management, they will have to follow. And here it is going to be more of rules and regulations. Okay, similarly, now there is upward communication. Okay, now if you understand the flow of the management, again there is going to be top, middle, and lower. The communication is going from lower to middle and from middle to top. Here also, the decision is taken by the top management only, but at least middle and lower levels of management are allowed to participate. Okay, they will be given a chance, they will be given a chance to at least voice out their opinions and suggestions. If the top management, okay, likes their opinions and suggestions, then the top management will agree to their opinions and suggestions. Otherwise, it is not going to be of any sense. So, middle and lower levels of management will at least be allowed to participate in the decision making. But of course, the final decision is going to be of the top level. Okay. Next is your horizontal or lateral communication. Now, what happens in a horizontal or a lateral communication? Let's say there is a sales manager and there is a production manager. Okay, so here when communication is taking place between both the managers, okay, even though they are from the different departments, it is okay, but they belong to the same level. They belong to the same status. They are at the same authority, and the communication is taking place between the people of the same designation. Okay, so this is horizontal or lateral communication. Okay, understood what is horizontal or lateral communication? So communication that takes place between the people of same level, status, authority, designation, position in the organization, it is horizontal or lateral communication. Okay. Now, coming to the topic of process of communication. Now, what is process of communication? Here, if you see, there are some 7 steps given, 7 points given. Please remember the points in proper sequence. Please remember the points in proper chronology. Okay, we start with the sender and last we end with feedback. So here the question comes like this: which is the 6th step in the communication process, which is the 3rd step in the communication process. Okay, so which is why, okay, you have to remember these points in proper sequence, in proper chronology. Okay, so let's see who is a sender. Sender is a one who initiates the communication. This is a place from where the communication is going to originate, communication is going to start. First person involved, and it is a duty of the sender to encode the message. What do you mean by encoding? Encoding means drafting. Second element in the process of communication, you can do the encoding with words, symbols, body language, signs, gestures, etc. And encoding, that is drafting of the message, will be done on the basis of sender's perception, background, competency, skill and knowledge. Today, if I am the sender in this YouTube live, I will be sending the sentences, I will be sending the messages, I will be sending the information in such a way which will be according to my understanding, which will be according to my knowledge. Okay, something which I don't know, something which I have no knowledge about, something which I am not aware about, I will not be able to share the information about it. Next is message. Now, what is message? Finally, while you are encoding it, what you encode is message, and it is conveyed to the receiver. Messages can be of different types. It can be oral, written, verbal, graphs, gestures. It can be signs, mood, sound, etc. So basically, message can be verbal or non-verbal, or it can be a combination of both verbal and non-verbal. Next is communication channel. Channel here means medium. Okay, Zaria. How? Like right now, the channel that we are having is through YouTube, through internet, through video conferencing. If suppose we were, like if you were actually sitting in the class, okay, it would be a complete face-to-face conversation. It would be a proper face-to-face communication. Okay, if it was on phone call, okay, it would have been oral. If it was through email, it would be written. If it would be through letters, it would be written. So there are different ways to share the information, different channels to share the information. So channel can be oral, written, verbal, internet, web, gestures, signs, symbols, newspapers, etc. Next is receiver. Okay, who is the receiver? Receiver is the one to whom the message is intended, is the one to whom the message is given. Okay, receiver tries to decode the message. What do you mean by the word decode? Decode means understanding. Encode was drafting. And receiver is going to decode the message as per the knowledge of the receiver. Now, right now, those students who are watching this video, okay, you are the receivers. You will try to understand this information. You will try to understand this message according to your thought process, according to your understanding. So that is receiver is going to decode the message. Next, Decoding, again you can write down understanding. And feedback, who gives the feedback? Receiver gives the feedback. Okay, if the message is properly understood by the receiver, of course you will get the right feedback. So here you can write down, if the message is properly understood, there will be correct feedback. If the message is properly understood, there will be right feedback. And feedback is the final step in the communication process. Okay, after the feedback, the communication comes to an end. Okay, so please remember this concept of process of communication in proper sequence, in proper chronology. Okay, so I hope it's been almost an hour that we have started. So let's take 2-3 minutes break and then we start again.
ये मेडिकल सुपरविजन करेगा, अभी एग्जाम में है लेकिन
Okay, let's continue now with means and modes of communication. Okay. Now there are four means and modes of communication. One is verbal, one is written, one is hybrid, and last is silent. Okay. Now here an interpretation is taken. Here an interpretation is taken that verbal is going to be considered as oral communication. Okay. And hybrid will be a combination of oral and written communication. Okay. So what is hybrid? It is a combination of oral and written communication. Verbal is only oral communication and silent is silent. Now first let's focus on what is silent communication. Now if you see the definition of silent communication on page number 154, you will see that silent communication can be considered as communication where there is zero information transferred. Okay. So when information is not transferred only, okay, how it is communication? Okay. Today if I am sharing information with you, today if I am sharing communication with you or any kind of information transfer is happening, that's when I can say communication is taking place. But here clearly they are saying where there is zero information transferred. Okay. Which is why it is termed as silent communication. But if zero communication is transferred, that means there is no communication only at all. Okay. But since institute has given this definition, we will consider this as there is zero information transferred. Next, what is hybrid? It is a combination of both written and oral communication. Now there are two characteristics of hybrid communication. One is used for complicated information and one is used for discussion. Okay. Now if there is any kind of important discussion taking place, any kind of confidential information that is discussed, any kind of important discussion taking place, it is better to keep in both written and oral. So here there can be like example of board meeting. Okay. So if you have a board meeting, of course the meeting is going to be conducted in oral mode only. But there are going to be times wherein you will, write down some important points also, like minutes of the meeting. You will make the to-do list, you will make an agenda. So if there is some kind of important discussion taking place, okay, there is going to be like, combination of oral and written communication. And where there is complicated information, where there is complex information, okay, of course it is better to have hybrid mode. Okay, if the information is easy to understand, you can keep it in the oral form also, but if it is complicated information, it is better to keep in the hybrid mode. Okay. Next you have is characteristics of verbal communication. Now here we will consider verbal as oral communication. An assumption is taken here. What is the assumption taken here is that we will consider only verbal and live communication. Like right now, this YouTube live will be considered. But if any student watches this video in the recorded form, not live, let's say a student watches this video 2 days later, okay, or maybe one day before the exam, okay, then this will not be considered as per the interpretation. Okay, if there is a live phone call taking place, it will be considered. If there's a live video call taking place, it will be considered. But if I send you a voice recorded message or an audio recorded message, okay, or if you're watching like a podcast, you're watching some story on Instagram, okay, you're watching some vlogs on YouTube, that will not be considered because it's pre-recorded. It's not happening at the very right moment. It's not live, okay? So let's see. What are the characteristics of verbal or oral communication? So when you have to motivate someone, when you have to convince someone, okay, the best method is oral communication. Okay, today if I want to motivate the students, okay, so I'll give a good speech. I can't like print the speech and give it to you. Nobody will be interested in reading it also. Okay, so when I want to convince someone, when I want to motivate someone, okay, the best method is going to be through oral communication. Okay, now see, it is suitable for confidential discussion. Okay, suited well for confidential communication. Now see here, if I say confidential message can be preferred in written form also. It's not like always it is oral communication only. You can share any secret information, you can share any confidential information in written form also. But in the study material, it is clearly focused given that confidential information will be, okay, discussed through oral form. So as compared to oral and written, okay, preference is given to oral communication with respect to discussing any confidential or secret information. Next, natural and easy. Okay, as compare, like think about a child. Okay, so when a child is, like if you imagine a child, the child is first going to, uh, learn to speak rather than write. So as compared to written communication, oral communication is more easy and more natural to understand as compared to written communication. Transient and not reusable. Okay, whenever there is any oral communication, okay, you cannot replicate the same thing to the other person. Like let's say, suppose for example, if I was taking this lecture in the class, okay, those students who would be present in the class would be able to listen to me, would be able to understand. But when those students will pass this information to the other person, there is going to be some kind of addition or subtraction. 19-20 का फर्क जरूर होगा. Okay, you cannot replicate exactly what I have spoken. You cannot replicate exactly what I have said. Okay, there is going to be some kind of addition or subtraction because it is oral communication. Yes, if there is something in writing, you cannot change that. Okay, it's not going to be possible to change it. So it is transient and not reusable, cannot be reused or transferred to another person without additional repetition. So there is going to be some kind of addition, subtraction while sharing the information. Unstructured or semi-structured, there is no proper structure to oral communication. Okay, if I talk about written communication, okay, there is going to be like, like if I want to write a letter, okay, so letter is going to be having a proper structure, is going to have a proper format. Okay, if I think about let's say uh, email. Okay, email is also in the written format. Email will also have a proper structure. Okay, so there will be proper, format structure that will be followed if it is a written communication. If it is oral, there is no need of any structure that is followed because oral communication does not have any structure. Next, synchronous. Now, what is synchronous? That sender and receiver both have to be present at the same time. Like right now, if you want to see this YouTube live, you have to be present from 12 to 5:30. Okay, if you want to see it live. Okay, if it is recorded, of course you can see it anytime as per your convenience. Okay, right now if you are calling someone, so the sender and the receiver both have to be present at the same time. Okay, that means sender and receiver have to be available, have to be present, have to be free at the same point of time. That is synchronous. Visual augmentation. Augmentation means when you enhance. Okay, so suppose for example if I say that if I write something, okay, let's say if there's an email or if there's a letter that I have sent you, you cannot listen to my tone. Okay, you cannot listen to my voice, you cannot listen to my accent. Okay, but if suppose I am orally speaking to you, okay, or we are talking face to face, you can see my facial expressions, you can see my body language, you can see my tone. Okay, so this, like, enhances the communication better. This improves the communication better, which is visual augmentation. Okay, so in oral communication there is visual augmentation, but that's not the case in written communication. Okay, next, here we are discussing characteristics of written communication. First is one to many. Now see, suppose if I think about a written communication, let's say if I write a novel. Okay, so one person is writing the novel, but multiple people are going to read it. There are many people who will actually read the novel. So it is one to many. Now see, this point one to many is also applicable in oral communication also. Okay, why? Because supposing if I am, giving a speech, there is going to be one person who will give the speech and there will be multiple people who will be listening. Okay, so here also it is one to many. So one to many can be applicable to written communication also as well as oral communication also. But here the content is given with respect to written communication. That's why we are considering it into written. Next, structured. So oral communication is not structured. There is no fixed format. But yes, written communication will have a fixed format. Like if I want to write a letter, if I want to write email, etc. So there is proper, structure. There is proper format that is followed. Next, asynchronous. Okay, when I say asynchronous, it means sender and receiver do not have to be present at the same time. Okay, if I send you a written communication, okay, I will send it as per my convenience. You can read it as per your convenience. It's totally your choice when you want to read it. Like suppose if I send a WhatsApp message to you, right now you are busy. Okay, you can read it as per your time, as per your convenience, whenever you are free. So that is asynchronous. Next, it makes the people independent. If you have a proper instruction, okay, and when you have this proper instruction and you follow that instruction properly, and the instruction is in written form, so the people will be able to read that instruction and they will be becoming independent without anybody's help. Like suppose if I want to travel in a metro, okay, if I see the arrows properly, okay, if the arrows are properly written, okay, I can say that yes, because of those arrows I do not have to take anybody's help. Okay, I will follow the arrows and independently I will be able to reach the destination. Next, random access pattern. Okay, now whenever somebody is, talking orally, you cannot skip anything. Like suppose for example, when this YouTube live is going on right now, you cannot skip a part. Even though you know this topic, you will not be able to skip it. Okay, because it is in the oral form. Okay, but if the same content I give you in the written format, okay, it's according to you, it is as per your choice. Okay, that which part you want to skip. Okay, the part which you know or the part which you are not interested in, you will skip it. You will focus only on that part, okay, which you want to know, which you are going to be reading. So that is random access pattern. Okay, so depending on the interest of the reader, depending on the interest of the person, Okay, the content will be skipped as per the choice and the interest. Referenceable, of course, written communication can be referenceable in the future. Okay, it can be referred in the future. Next, durable. Okay, you can keep the written communication protected. You can keep the written communication safe till the time, okay, you keep it safe, you keep it protected. It is, of course, going to be durable. Next, lots of details as compared to oral communication. Written communication will have lots of details. And the last is combination. Okay, uh, written communication will have multiple characteristics together. See, written communication cannot be only durable. Written communication cannot only be referenceable. Written communication cannot only be asynchronous. It will be combination of all these things. It will be referable also. It will be durable also. It will be asynchronous also. So you will go have multiple combinations, okay, of different, you know, uh, characteristics if you are having a written communication. Okay, so these are the means and modes of communication. Now we will discuss how to choose the right communication channel. So here this topic is factors on the basis of which factors on the basis of which mode of communication is selected. Okay, so what are the factors on the basis of which mode of communication is selected? First is budget. Now, depending on your paying capacity, depending how much the organization is able to spend the money, you can decide your mode of communication. Okay, if the organization is able to spend more money, okay, you can go for written communication. If the organization is not ready to spend more money, of course you can go for oral communication. Next is nature of message. Okay, now depending on the nature of message, okay, nature of message can be confidential, nature of message can be important, nature of message can be urgent. So depending on the nature of message, of course, depending on whether the message is formal or informal, also the mode of communication differs. Like suppose if I want to send a formal message, I will have to choose email. Okay, but if I want to send an informal message, okay, I can like use WhatsApp also. Next is team members. Okay, whatever mode of communication you choose, okay, whatever method of communication you are choosing, whether it is oral, written, hybrid, ensure that your team members are comfortable using that mode. Okay, right now if suppose I'm taking YouTube live, okay, if I am not comfortable with YouTube live, okay, I don't know what to do, I don't know the technicalities of it, okay, I will be very uncomfortable, okay, using YouTube live. I will not be very much confident, using it. So choose a mode which the team members are comfortable. If the team members are not comfortable, give them the training, okay, and ensure that they are comfortable. And if giving them training is not possible, then it is better to change the mode itself. Okay, don't keep the mode which the team members are not comfortable with, because then it will not be the right choice of the mode of communication. Okay, now let's do the digital communication advantages. Let's see. Advantages of digital communication. Impact of noise interference is less. So basically, okay, if you see there are like noise cancellation earphones that are there. So if you are using digital communication to a certain extent, okay, the outside noise is going to be reduced, okay, the distortion will be lesser and the noise interference will go down. Next, because of video conferencing, okay, time, money, efforts will be saved. Like right now there are so many people sitting at home in their comfort zone or wherever you are, okay, without traveling somewhere, without spending your money, time and efforts, okay, you are able to watch this content. Similarly, that is applicable for audio conferencing also. Okay, through audio conferencing also it saves time, efforts and money. Next, it is less expensive. See here, less expensive means it is cost effective. Okay, why it is cost effective? Because it is digital. Okay, there is no need of pen, paper, pencil, stationery. Okay, it is cost effective. Okay, you do not have to spend money to actually, even your courier charges are saved. Your pen, paper, pencil, stationery is also saved. Used in military applications, basically it is used for defense. Okay, any kind of uh, military operations, any kind of defense strategies, of course in that you can use digital communication. There is correction and detection of errors. The best example of it is autocorrect. Okay, if you are writing a word, if you are writing a spelling, okay, uh, if the spelling is not right, if the spelling is wrong, of course it automatically changes and the rectified spelling is displayed. Of course, with technology, this is possible. Next, as compared to analog signals, it is easy to save and retrieve digital signals. Okay. Now, if I think about a smartwatch, okay, smartwatch will be able to save the data in a much better way. Okay, how many steps I have walked, what is my sleep cycle, okay, what is my water intake, etc. So, if anything is in the digital format, you will be able to save it, you will be able to retrieve it, you will be able to find it properly in the future. Next, configuring process is easy. That means you will be able to connect the devices together if it is a digital communication. Like, for example, I can connect my smartwatch with my phone. Okay, I can connect my phone with my earphones. Okay, with my AirPods. Okay, etc. So, and because of this configuration, okay, there is a concept called as smart home also. Like if I can say, hey Siri, on the lights. Okay, hey Siri, open the curtains. Hey Siri, like drop the curtains. So all this is possible. Okay, configuring process is easy. Okay, with the help of digital communication. Next, similar devices can be used and implementation of hardware is more flexible in digital communication. See, if I think about a phone as a digital device, okay, I can tell you that the maybe the outside appearance of the phones are different, but the inside mechanism for all the phones is going to be the same only. Okay, like suppose if I say, for example, like iPhone appearance will be different, Samsung phones appearance will be different, but the camera mechanism, okay, the calculator mechanism, the other, whatever features are there, the inside mechanism is going to be the same. That is, hardware is more flexible in digital communication. Next, probability of crosstalk is less in digital communication. That means the possibility of cross communication goes down. Okay, so like any kind of miscommunication, it's not like miscommunication is 100% removed. No, there will be miscommunication, there will be crosstalk, but the chances of it can go down while you are using digital communication. Next, to avoid signal jamming, spread spectrum technique is used. Now, what is spread spectrum? Let's say there are multiple mobile towers if it is installed, okay? Then the load on one mobile tower will not come, okay? If there is, imagine like a Mumbai city or any big city where there are so many people, there are so many devices being connected, okay? If there is just one mobile tower, it is going to be difficult for that one mobile tower to actually, bear that much of, um, burden, that much of, pressure. Okay, so there is going to be possibility of signal jamming. But if multiple mobile towers are installed, okay, we can see to it that of course the pressure on one mobile tower is not there and it is distributed. Next, of course, there is encryption of data, and because of encryption, secrecy of information will be maintained. Next, digital communication is cheaper and more straightforward. That means it is more cost effective. What we discussed here, less expensive. Okay. Next you have is disadvantages. First, there is high power consumption. Okay. So if there are more digital devices used, of course the electricity consumption will be more, and if the electricity consumption is more, the electricity bill will also be more. There is requirement for synchronization. See, one point in advantages we did was configuration of data. Okay, configuration of devices. So configuring the devices is also a task. Okay, it's not going to happen automatically. So synchronizing the devices, okay, configuring the devices together also needs efforts. Okay, also requires, like it's a task to do. That is why it is put in the disadvantages. There is a sampling error. Now, what is sampling error? Sampling error means there is a possibility. It's not going to be always, but of course, there is going to be possibility of some kind of manufacturing defect. Okay, let's say if I buy some earphones, if it does not work, it's going to be a problem. Okay, if I buy a phone, if there is a manufacturing defect, I will not be able to use it. Okay, so there is going to be a possibility of some kind of manufacturing defect, which is sampling error. Then requires more transmission bandwidth. That means if there are more digital devices, okay, there is going to be more Wi-Fi speed you will require. The more the devices, more is going to be the requirement of Wi-Fi speed. Less the devices, less is going to be the requirement of the Wi-Fi speed. Okay, and if the Wi-Fi speed is more, of course uh, the charges, expenses will also be higher. Conversion is at high rate from analog to digital. That means it is expensive. And of course, there is going to be a possibility, there is going to be a chance of miscommunication. Like we had done a point that there is going to be crosstalk, but of course that crosstalk has been reduced. But here, possibility of miscommunication will always be there. Okay. Now, I'm just giving you 5 minutes time. It's very easy. Please just go through right now only. That is essentials of digital communication channels for business. Okay, all these things we have discussed in the class also. And even if you have not attended any lecture, I am sure it is very easy for you to understand, because all these things we are using like on a everyday basis also. It's part of our life, social media, blogs, etc. also. So starting from social media till customer service, I'm giving you 5 minutes time. Just read. I'm not telling you to study, but just go through what these points are.
आवाज नहीं आया.
Okay, now one of the important topics that we are starting is communication networks. So let's start. Communication networks. Okay, there are 5 communication networks. Let's discuss. First is vertical network. Okay, now there is superior, there is subordinate. So when communication takes place between superior and subordinate and vice versa, it is vertical network. So when communication is taking place between superior and subordinate and vice versa, it is vertical network. Now it is a two-way communication, and of course if it is a two-way communication there is going to be feedback. Without feedback, okay, it cannot be two-way communication. Next is circuit network. If you see the diagram of circuit network, A is talking to B, B is talking to A. So here one cycle gets completed. Here one circuit gets completed, which is why it is called as a circuit network. Here also it is a two-way communication, of course, and there is definitely going to be feedback. Okay, now if you compare vertical network and circuit network, okay, both are two-way, both are going to have feedback. Then how is vertical and circuit different from each other? In circuit network, an assumption is taken that A and B both belong to the same level in the organization. Okay, and in vertical network both the parties are superior and subordinate, but here in circuit network A and B both belong to the same level in the organization. Because they are belonging to the same level in the organization, it is considered as a horizontal or lateral communication. Okay, so because of this assumption, it will be considered that A and B are like in the form of horizontal or lateral communication. Okay, next you have is chain network. Now what happens in a chain network? There is A, B, C, there is D and E. So if you observe the diagram, arrows are just moving one way. Okay, so it is a one-way communication, and because it is a one-way communication, there is going to be no feedback. A can send information to B, but vice versa, B to A will not happen. B can share information with C, but vice versa, C to B is not possible, which is why it is a one-way communication and there is no feedback. It follows organizational hierarchy. Okay, A to B, B to C, A to D, D to E. So there is a proper levels of management, okay, through which the communication will be followed. Direct communication from A to C is not possible, okay, because it's not allowed. We will have to follow the hierarchy. Because direct communication is not possible, it gets time consuming. Now if there is any information, okay, which A wants to give it to C, but A directly cannot give it to C, A will first have to inform to B, B will then inform it to C. So there is a proper chain, proper hierarchy that will be followed okay, and direct communication is not possible. And because direct communication is not possible, it gets time consuming, and there is a possibility of distortion of message. Now, what do you mean by distortion of message? Distortion of message means incomplete messages can be given. Like, suppose if A had shared 10 points with B, okay, I repeat, if A had shared 10 points with B, B will share 8 points with C. Not purposely. There could be some kind of a human error, that because of that human error, incomplete information can be passed on, okay, which is why there can be distortion of message in the chain network. Next you have is wheel or spoke network. Now, what is a wheel or spoke network? Let's say A, B, C, D, E, F. Okay, so here, if you observe the arrows, arrows are moving in both the directions, okay? So it is a two-way communication. Of course, there is going to be feedback, okay? And there is only one superior and there are multiple subordinates, okay? And because there is just one superior, it is a highly centralized network, okay? Because it is a highly centralized network, okay, there is one superior and multiple subordinates, okay. Now, wheel and spoke network is suitable for small scale organizations. It's not going to be useful for large scale organizations because one person, okay, cannot handle so many subordinates, okay. Like, if there is one superior and there are like 100 subordinates, it's humanly impossible to handle so many people together. Also, okay, it's if suppose A, who is a superior, okay, does not know what information to give, what instruction to give, then in this case wheel or spoke network becomes ineffective, okay. As a superior, if I myself don't know what information I want to share, okay, what instruction I want to share, then it's not going to make any sense, and the wheel or spoke network is going to become ineffective. And last you have is star network, okay. If you see the diagram of star network, all the arrows are easily connected to each other. It is a free flow of communication, okay. It is best suitable for teamwork, okay. There is no hesitation, anybody can talk freely without any problem, without any hesitation, okay. There is no superior, no subordinate, everybody can talk freely together. It's a free flow of communication, and because of proper teamwork, it's possible to communicate easily through star network, okay. Now, if you see here, this topic, characteristics of communication network, okay, this is like a quick revision of chapter number 2 also, chapter number 7 also, as well as chapter number 4 also. So the content is there in chapter 2, 4 and 7. So read these 6 to 7 bullet points, okay, because we are revising the entire chapter. Please do this, okay. Some points, if you read it along with the YouTube live, okay, so your revision will also get done simultaneously. So please read these 7 bullet points which are given, and then we start with barriers to communication. Okay, let's discuss next barriers to communication. Now, what do you mean by barriers? Barriers means uh, restrictions, obstacles, hindrances. Now, there are 5 barriers which are discussed. One is a psychological barrier, which can also be referred to as emotional barriers. Okay, now, for example, suppose as a sender or receiver, both of us have very heavy emotions going on in our mind. Okay, and we have this heavy emotions going on in our mind. As a sender, I will not be able to share the right information, and as a receiver, you will not be able to understand completely the content because your mind is occupied with a lot of heavy emotions. Like, suppose, for example, if I say that right now, let's say before this live session, maybe I've got some good news, okay, some happy news. So I will be overexcited. I will be extremely happy about it. So maybe because of that extreme emotions, I will not be able to share the information completely, or vice versa. Maybe before this live session, if I've had some fight or if I've had some argument, okay, I will not be able to concentrate because my mind will be occupied with a lot of heavy emotions. Okay, so this is going to cause a psychological barrier from the sender's side. Same goes to the receiver also. Let's say before this lecture, maybe you've got some happy news, maybe you have got some good news, so you will be overexcited, you will be extremely happy about it, and you will not 100% concentrate on the content. So in this case, it will become a psychological barrier for you. Okay, similarly, if for example, as a let's say as a student before attending this lecture, okay, you have had some argument or you have had some fight with someone in your personal life, so your mind will also will be occupied with a lot of heavy emotions. Okay, you will be upset, you will be angry about something, you will not be able to concentrate, and because you will not be able to concentrate, okay, it is going to be a psychological or emotional barrier. Okay, next is your physical communication barrier. Now, what is a physical communication barrier? Okay, what are physical barriers? Barriers which are present in our surroundings are called as physical barriers. Like, let's say, suppose, for example, noise. Noise is the most common physical barrier. Okay, so we are surrounded by different sounds, surrounded by different noises, and because of those noises, okay, because of those sounds, if there is, I'm not able to listen to you, I'm not able to concentrate, it is going to be a physical communication barrier. Okay, next, if suppose there is some kind of technology disruption, let's say while this YouTube live is going on, okay, there is some internet issue, okay, there is some technical problem. So we are surrounded by technology, and because of this technological disruption, if I'm not able to concentrate, okay, if I'm not able to share the information with you, it is going to be causing physical communication barrier. Okay, let's say if there's no proper infrastructure, okay, I don't have proper infrastructure to sit, I don't have proper infrastructure to stand, okay, so this will cause physical communication barriers. So noise, no proper infrastructure, okay, and technological disruption. Okay, because of all these things in our surroundings, if you are not able to concentrate, it is going to cause a physical communication barrier. Next is physiological barrier. Now, because of somebody's physical body structure defect, okay, if there is a defect in somebody's physical body structure, okay, that is somebody is not able to talk, somebody is not able to listen, or somebody is not able to, like, see, because of all these problems, if a person is not able to concentrate, a person is not able to understand the message, not able to share the message, it is going to be causing a physiological barrier. Like suppose if somebody is not able to see, they will not understand the non-verbal communication. If somebody is not able to talk, somebody is not able to listen, and if one does not know any sign language, okay, how the person, how are we supposed to share that information? So all this is going to be causing a physiological barrier. So because of some physical defect in the body structure of the sender or receiver, if the communication is not shared properly, it will be causing a physiological barrier. Next, language barrier. If the receiver does not understand the language of the speaker, it will cause language barrier. Next, attitudinal barriers. Okay, so if the thinking, perception, attitude of sender and receiver is different, okay, sender and receiver is opposite, it is going to be causing attitudinal barriers. Let's say your thinking and my thinking is different, okay, and how many times I'll tell you something, okay, there is going to come a time wherein I'll be like, okay, do whatever you want to do, okay, if you're not listening to me, okay, if you're not, like agreeing to what I'm saying. So in this case, if the perception, if the thinking, if the attitude of sender and receiver is not matching, is not like same, then it is going to cause attitudinal or attitude barriers. Okay, next, how to overcome communication barriers. Here we are thinking about the solution. Okay, before this we discussed the problems, we discussed the barriers. Here we are discussing the solution. So first is be aware of the language, message and the tone. Who has to be aware? The sender has to be aware. Right now, what language I have to use, what content I have to share, and what should be my tone. It is my duty as a sender to be aware about it. Okay, I can't be using a language which the receiver will not understand. I cannot be using the content which is irrelevant. I cannot be using the tone which may hurt you. Okay, so as a sender, I have to be aware about the language, message, and the tone. Consult others before communication. Okay, so if suppose, let's say I have to take a YouTube live session today, okay, I don't know how to use YouTube live, I don't know how to take YouTube live, okay, so before starting the YouTube live, okay, I will have to ask someone, I will have to take suggestion from someone, I will have to take help from someone, I will have to take opinion from someone, and it has to be before the communication. It cannot be after. Okay, it has to be done before the communication so that it is smooth and it's not going to cause any, a problem during the communication. Next, communicate according to the need of the receiver. So whatever information is relevant to the receiver, whatever information is applicable to the receiver, only that information should be shared. If you share any irrelevant information with the receiver, it's not going to make any sense because it's not useful and not applicable to the receiver. Next, consistency of the message. Whatever message you send as a sender, see to it that it is connecting, it is inconsistent with the objectives of the organization. Whatever the goals, whatever the objective of the organization is, see to it that the message, the goals are in sync, are together, are inconsistent with each other. Next, follow up communication. It is the duty of the sender to follow up the communication. Okay, see to it that the sender is going to follow up the communication. Okay, if I share the information from my side, that does not mean the work is done. It's not like that. Okay, after sharing the information, it is my duty to even follow up also. It is my responsibility to see to it that your content is done, you have understood. Just because I have finished sharing the information, that doesn't mean my work is done. Okay, at regular intervals as a sender, I need to take the follow up of the content I have shared. And the last, make sure to receive proper feedback. Now it is whose duty to give feedback? It is the duty of the receiver to give proper feedback. Okay, without feedback, okay, you will not be able to understand whether the receiver has understood the message or not. If the receiver gives proper feedback, okay, we can get an assurance, we can get like a understanding that yes, receiver has understood the message properly, which is why a proper feedback has been received. Okay, so this was your overall revision, overall gist, overall discussion of chapter number 4, one of the important chapters, base chapters for your EET. Okay, now before starting chapter number 6, again chapter 6 is a big chapter. Okay, let's take half an hour of break and then we start again. So there is break time of 30 minutes and then we get back again. Okay, let's continue. We are now starting with chapter 6, that is business correspondence. Okay, now firstly, what is the meaning of the word correspondence? Correspondence means written communication that is shared with an expectation to get a reply is called correspondence. Okay, I repeat, what is the meaning of the word correspondence? It is a written communication that is shared with an expectation to get a reply is called as correspondence. Okay, and if it is related to business, if it is formal, then of course it is considered as business correspondence. Okay, now first we will discuss here parts of letters. Okay, so firstly we will discuss what is letterhead. Now in parts of business letters there are 13 points. Okay, now these 13 points also you will have to remember it in proper sequence, in proper chronology, because you get questions like which part comes after the letterhead, okay, which part comes before the signatory, which part comes after the main body of the letter. Okay, so this topic also, like process of communication, you will have to remember it in proper sequence, in proper chronology. Okay, now what is a letterhead? A letterhead is a printed stationery. Okay, it is already printed. Okay, the contents of the letterhead, and the remaining part is kept blank where you can actually type or write your letter. It is a printed stationery that contains the details of the company. Okay, now what kind of details are we discussing about? Details are, first, there should be logo of the company, tagline. If your company has like a slogan or a tagline, mention it. If you don't have a logo, it's okay, don't mention it. You have the name of the company, address of the company. Now, there are two addresses. One is the registered office address and one is the corporate office address. Okay, registered office address has to be compulsory. This is like head office. Okay, in India, if you are incorporating a company, you need to have a registered office, and corporate office is like branch office. It's not necessary that every company is going to have a corporate office. If you have it, put the address. If you don't have it, obviously don't put the address, but yes, registered office address has to be mentioned. Then you have is the CIN, that is corporate identification number. Okay, this is given by the ROC when you complete your registration. How you have roll numbers, how you have student identification numbers. Likewise, companies have CIN. Then you have contact details and the website as well as email address of the company. Okay, all these contents are mentioned in the letterhead. Okay, so all these company details are there in the letterhead. Second is reference number. Now, what is a reference number? Reference number is a distinctive number. Distinctive means unique number. Okay, So every letter should have a reference number, so that with the help of the reference number, we are able to retrieve the letter in the future. Retrieve means find the letter in future. Okay, so like how you have invoice numbers, if you have a bill, of course you'll have an invoice number. Likewise, when you have a letter, when you write the letter, it is better to have a reference number. Because of this reference number, you will be able to find the letter in the future. Suppose for example, if you have written the letter in the month of September, and you want to find about this letter in the month of December, okay, you can do that with the help of reference number. And reference number can be a combination of alphabets and numbers together, or it can be only numbers. It can't be only alphabets. It's either only numbers, or it can be a combination of alphabets and numbers. Next you have is the date. Okay, now when you write the date, suppose for example it is 5/7/2025. So as per India's format, this date will be considered as 5th of July 2025, because in India we follow the pattern DDMMYY, that is date, month and year. Month is written in between, there is date and there is year. Likewise, in USA, the followed pattern is MMDDYY. That is, it is going to be considered as 7th of May 2025. So to avoid such confusions, don't follow this format, because there can be a change in the interpretation. Which is why if you really want to write the date, okay, write the entire spelling with November. This and this pattern should not be followed. If you really want to write the date, okay, write the name of the month completely. Don't use short forms, don't use short forms. Okay, next you have is special markings. Now, what are special markings? Now, as a sender, I want to inform about the nature of message. Okay, as a sender, I want to inform you what is the nature of the message. Like, suppose if I want to tell you the message is important, the message is urgent, the message is confidential, or the message is formal. So, this nature of message I can inform you through special markings. Otherwise, also in the special marking, I want to tell you that I am sending you this message through courier, I am sending you this message through post. So, this mode of sharing the message, whether it is through courier, speed post, etc., okay, it can be done through special markings. Next you have is inside address. What is inside address? It is basically receiver's address. Okay, because sender's address like the sender's address is already mentioned in the letterhead. Inside address is definitely the receiver's address that you have. Next you have is attention line. Now, what is attention line? As a sender, I want the specification. Okay, I want that a particular person should only read my letter. Okay, I don't want anybody else to read my letter. Then in that case, I will mention such specification in the attention line. How? Suppose as a sender I want that Mr. Y working in the IT department of Infosys should read the letter. Okay, so I want such specification that only and only Mr. Y from the IT department of Infosys should read the letter. Then such specification should be mentioned in the attention line. As a sender, I don't care anybody reads the letter. Okay, it can be A, B, C, whoever. If I don't want to mention such specification, then there's no need to write anything in the attention line. Next, after attention line is salutation. Now, when you mention the salutation in the letter, it is Dear Sir, Madam, or it can be Dear Mr. A or Miss A. Okay, so out of these two salutations, this is more formal and this is less formal. Okay, both are formal only. Okay, because when you are mentioning the letter, okay, when you are sending a letter, of course it's a formal relation, that's why you are sending the letter. So out of these two salutations, Dear Sir, Madam, and Dear Mr. A, Miss A, Sir, Madam is more formal, Mr. A, Miss A is less formal. Okay, so depending on how formal the relations are, if the relations are more formal, okay, between the sender and the receiver, you can write Dear Sir, Madam. If the relations are less formal, then you can write Dear Mr. A or Miss A. Next, after salutation, you have is subject. So to understand the purpose of the letter, okay, to understand the objective of the letter, okay, you need to have a subject. Like suppose how you have subject in the email, likewise you can also have subject in the letter, so that you understand the purpose or the objective of the letter. Next you have is main body of the letter. Now this main body of the letter is divided into three parts. There is introduction, there is middle section, and there is conclusion. Okay, so there are three sections of the body of the letter. So ideally the body of the letter should have three paragraphs. One is the introduction, one is the middle section, and last is the conclusion. 10th you have is your complementary clause. So when you write complementary clause, yours truly, yours faithfully, it should be without apostrophe. You cannot write yours with apostrophe. It has to be without the apostrophe. Okay. Next is signatory. Now, who is a signatory? The one who signs the letter. Okay, so the one who signs the letter is called as signatory. Okay, so who is going to sign the letter? Of course, the sender. So you are going to mention sender's name. You will mention the designation and you will mention company's name. And before the name, you will put a signature. So this is how the chronology is going to be. There is going to be a signature. Below that, sender's name. Below that, designation. And last you have is company's name. Next is enclosures and CC. Here CC is copy circulated. Now what is copy circulated here? When similar content of information is shared with multiple receivers, you mention it under CC. Like suppose for example, Mr. Y is getting transferred from Bangalore to Mumbai. Okay, so when Mr. Y is getting transferred from Bangalore to Mumbai, this particular information about the transfer will be shared with Mr. Y with the Bangalore office as well as with the Mumbai office. So here I can say that multiple receivers get the same information. Okay, so if multiple receivers are getting the similar same information about Y's transfer, this will be mentioned under enclosures or CC. And the last is annexures. Annexures are nothing but attachments. Okay, so if you want to attach any content, if you want to attach any document with the letter, you can do that. Otherwise there is no need of mentioning the annexures. Okay, apart from this there are layouts, or you can say formats of business letters. Okay, so there are two formats. One is the blocked format and one is the semi-blocked format. Okay, let's understand the blocked format first. Okay, now all the contents will start from the left margin. Okay, so what contents are we talking about? Date, salutation, address, complimentary clause, signature, paragraphs, subject, etc. is going to start from the left margin. Okay, so whatever information is there in the letterhead, okay, starting from the date, address, etc., everything will start from the left margin. Okay, next, commas are not used. Commas are not used in salutation, address, and complimentary clause. Okay, so when you will write dear sir, it will be without comma. When you will write yours truly, it will be without commas. Okay, there's no reason behind this, it's just a matter of presentation. Okay, because see, it's not going to change the content and the meaning of the letter. Okay, you add commas or you don't add commas, it's not actually making a difference to the content. So if you are not putting commas, it's just a matter of presentation. There is no logic or there is no reason behind that. Okay, now we do is the semi blocked, or it is also called as a modified blocked style letter. So before this we did was blocked format. Now we are doing is semi blocked or modified block style letter. Here it is mentioned that date, complementary clause and signature, everything is going to be placed towards right. So date, complementary clause, signature. Okay, the three contents are going to be placed towards the right. Second, subject will be placed in the center or in the middle. Okay, again there's no logic behind this, it's just a matter of presentation, that where are you going to place your subject. Then indentation will be done to start a new paragraph. Okay, now what is indentation? It is to leave some space from the margin. Okay, so whenever you leave like 2-3 fingers space from the margin to start a new paragraph, that is indentation. But this space you do not leave when you are following the block format. And then you have is commas can be used in salutation, complementary clause and address, but ideally in the address commas are avoided. Okay, so as per rule, commas are used in the salutation, complementary clause, address in the semi blocked, but practically commas are not used in the address even if it's a semi blocked format. So to conclude, commas are not used in the address whether it is blocked format or semi blocked format. Okay, so one question from the layout format of business letters surely comes in the exam. Now here, if you see essentials of a good business letter, please read these 7-8 points which are there. Again, very much similar to chapter number 2 and chapter number 4. Okay, it's like a repeated thing mentioned here in the topic of letters. So read this, it's very easy, quite self-explanatory. Okay, and then we start with business messages. Okay, next you can start is business messages. Okay, any kind of messages which is of course related to employees, related to the shareholders, related to customers, etc. are business messages. Now there are three types of business messages. One is a positive message, one is a negative message, and one is a persuasive message. Okay, now can you just understand the example of a positive business message? If suppose there is an increment, there is a promotion, there is a bonus given, okay, holiday is declared, all these are examples of a positive business message. Okay, now here the audience is expected to react positively, or there is going to be a neutral reaction. Okay, when I say that the reaction is neutral, it means there is no reaction. See, as human beings, we take good things for granted. Okay, let's say, suppose for example, if I am a shareholder in a company and the company has declared 10% dividend, as a shareholder I will be extremely happy, like wow, company has declared a 10% dividend. Okay, and as like there could be a few shareholders who will not even care, will be like ठीक है, like what's the big deal, this is the job of the company to give the dividend, it's no big deal that the company has announced 10% dividend. So this is going to be a neutral reaction. Okay, so for good things, okay, people take it for granted. So in a positive message, of course the audience can react positively, or there is going to be a neutral reaction. Next you have is a negative message. Of course the audience is expected to react negatively. Okay, here there is no neutral reaction. Okay, we do not take bad things for granted, we always take the good things for granted. Okay, so which is why in a negative message the audience is reacting negatively. Okay, and there is nothing wrong in sharing a bad news situation. You should share the negative message in such a way that the feelings and emotions and the relations between the sender and the receiver is maintained. Okay, it's not like you should share a negative message in such a way that the feelings and emotions and the relations between the sender and receiver gets spoiled. You should share it in such a way that the feelings and emotions are preserved, are protected, and also the relation is maintained between the sender and the receiver. Next is persuasive message. Now persuasive comes from the word persuade, and persuade means to convince someone. Okay, now किसी को मनाना, किसी को convince करना, that is the meaning of the word persuade. Now what happens in a persuasive message is that as a sender I want you to behave in a certain manner. Okay, let's say I want you to sit today till 6 o'clock. I know the YouTube live is till 5:30 for this subject, but as a sender I want you to sit half an hour extra, so that okay, I can finish today's live session, I can finish the revision for 2 chapters today. So here I will have to give you some kind of motivation. Okay, I will have to convince you, I will have to encourage you, so that you behave according to my choice, so that you act as per what I want you to act. So in this case, if I have to push you, I have to encourage you, I have to convince you to behave according to my choice, this becomes a persuasive message. Okay, and uh, like persuasive message can be taken positively or can be taken negatively. Okay, when I say persuasive message is taken positively, it means some students will take it positively, that yes, today, sitting half an hour extra, we will be able to finish the topic. Okay, and some students will feel that what's the big deal, kal ka bhi to din hai, what's the big deal, we can do it tomorrow also. So there can be, different viewpoints in a persuasive message. Some can take it positively, some can take it negatively, with respect to how you are able to convince, okay, and how your perception is as a sender or a receiver, okay. So these are the three types of business messages. Then you have is you attitude in business writing. Now what is a you attitude? You attitude means when the sender puts himself in place of the receiver. This is called as you attitude. Basically, you are showing empathy towards the receiver. So today, I put myself in your position. As a sender, I put myself in your position as a receiver. So that means I am doing you attitude, you approach. I'm trying to be empathetic towards you. I'm putting myself in your position. Okay. Next is your topic of business reports. Now, business reports is, let's say, the word report is derived from Latin word reportere, which means to carry back. Okay, I repeat, the word report is derived from Latin word reportere, which means to carry back. Okay, what are you carrying back? You are carrying back the information. You are carrying back the description of a situation, of an event to someone who was not present at the location. Okay, today let's say if somebody who is not watching this YouTube live, so that person is not present right now. So after this lecture is over, okay, you make a report, you jot down the points of whatever was discussed, and you give it back to someone, your friend or any of your known person, because why are you reporting it back? Because that person was not present at this location. So you are trying to carry back the information to someone who was not present at the location. So what is report? Derived from Latin word reportere, which means to carry back. What are you carrying back? Description of an event carried back to someone who was not present on the location. Point number 3 and 4 says that it is an upward flow of communication. Okay, business report is never from top, middle, low. It is always from low, middle, and top. It goes upwards. So it is a message to the management. It's not a message from the management. Of course, business report helps to take decision, okay, because business report contains information, and with the use of information you are able to take the decisions. You are able to record historical information, that is your past information. So report consists of two kinds of information: present information and past information. Okay, you compare the present and the past information, and you can, like, compare the performance, how the organization has performed. Next, the content of the report should be well ordered. That means it has to be in proper sequence, it has to be in proper chronology. It should not be like the conclusion is written first, then you have written the introduction. No. Okay, it has to be in proper sequence, it has to be in proper chronology. It must be objective. It must be objective means there has to be a purpose. Okay, why are you writing the letter? There has to be a reason why you are writing the report. Okay, like how you have a subject in the letter, likewise your report also should have a reason, should also have an objective, that why are you writing the report. Next, you have to present the information, facts and data. It has to be presented ethically. That means whatever information you write in the report, okay, it has to be true, it has to be right, it has to be ethical. No need to share any kind of false or wrong information. Need to know basis. What is need to know basis? Whoever needs a particular information, that particular information should be shared with that particular person. Like suppose for example, if there is a report of 200 pages, okay, but out of that 200 pages, I just want to know about the dividend, how much dividend the company has declared. And this content of the dividend is written on page number 10. So if there is an index given in the report, I will directly go on that page number 10 from the index. I will check and I will see what is mentioned about the dividend. Okay, so here I can flip the pages. I can refer to the content as and when required. I do not have to, okay, read the entire report. So whichever information is relevant to me, whichever information is important to me, according to my requirement, according to my need, I will refer it. It is an evaluation, assessment, review of a event, issue, period or set of circumstances. So basically, it is the analysis of a situation which you mention it in the report. Next, what it is written? Report should not be in essay format. That means report should not be in paragraph format. It means it should be point wise. Okay, report should be point wise because it is more convenient, it is more easy to refer. It should be in an abridged style. Abridged style is concise, short, brief. There has to be proper headings, subheadings, bullet points, diagrams, tables. Okay, you need to communicate the relevant information. You need to give the right information to the readers. There can be appendices. Appendices means attachments. Reports can have attachments. Not all reports have attachments. If you have it, mention it. Table of contents should be there. That is, there has to be an index. Okay. Now, how we did parts of letter, likewise, there is parts of business report also. So there are 4 parts: summary, body, key findings, recommendations and conclusion. So here is the summary. Now just now we discussed that the report should not be in paragraph format, it should be point wise. But summary can be in the essay format. So summary can be in the paragraph form, but the body of the report should be ideally done in the point-wise manner. Next, body of the report gives the details of the evaluation process. Key findings, recommendations. Here you can write down suggestions, opinions. And last is your conclusion. Your conclusion should relate back to the objective. Okay, your conclusion should be related to the purpose, to the objective of the report. Okay, if your conclusion and objectives do not match, then there's no point making the report. Okay, so these are your topics of business reports. Okay, I know it's a lengthy chapter. Okay, let's take 10 minutes break and then we start again, because in live also we need to give breaks to the students who are watching it live. Okay, after this we do MIS and inter and intra departmental communication. Okay, now what is interdepartmental communication? When communication takes place between two different departments of the same organization, it is interdepartmental communication. So, there is a CA department in JKisha classes, there is CS department in JKisha classes. If these two departments have communication with each other, it is going to be called as interdepartmental communication. Next you have is intra-departmental communication. CS department having discussion within the CS department. This is intra-departmental communication. So, if the communication takes place within the same department, it is intra-departmental communication, and this is between two different departments of the same organization. Okay. Now we will discuss memorandum. Then you have is circular. You have is office orders, and last you have is office notes. Okay. So if you understand memorandum, now see what is memorandum. If you see this format, there is no salutation, there is no complimentary clause, and there is no address. So memorandums do not have salutation, do not have complimentary clause, and do not have address. Okay, there is memo means like a reminder or a note. Okay, plural form of memorandum is memorandums and memoranda. Okay, so plural form of memorandum is memorandums and memoranda. Memo is something that you remember as a reminder or as a note. Okay, it is used as interdepartmental or as intra-departmental communication. Okay, we can use it either which ways, as interdepartmental or as intra-departmental. See, either it is inter or intra, doesn't matter. It is used within the organization, so it's fine. It is within the organization, it is internal communication. Memorandum is used to take disciplinary action against the employees. Okay, so if I do not follow the rules or regulations of an organization where I'm working, okay, as an employee I do not follow the rules and regulation, then to take action against me, memorandum can be used. Okay, so memorandums do not have salutation, complimentary clause, address, because ghar ki baat hai, it is internal communication, no need to waste time in writing the salutation, complimentary clause or address. Okay, then you have is circular. Now circular is used to share information with large group of people. Here Large group of people means here we are talking about employees. So if I have to share common information with a large group of people, same information with a lot of people together, I will use circular. Next you have is office order. Now the format of office order is similar to memorandum. Okay, this office order also does not have salutation, complimentary clause or address. Even in the memorandum there is no salutation, complimentary clause or address. It is used for office order is used for the rights and privileges of employees. Now, what kind of rights and privileges are we talking about? We are talking about promotion or transfers. Okay, so if any employee is getting promoted, if there is any kind of transfer that is taking place, so in that case we are going to use office order. Office order word like this heading should be in bold and it should be underlined. Okay, now there is no logic behind that. It should be bold and it should be underlined. Okay, there is no reason behind that. It is part of the presentation. And also you will mention CC, that is copy circulated. Okay, we have discussed what is copy circulated when we discussed the topic of letters, enclosure CC. Okay, so CC is not there in memorandum, CC is not there in circular, it is only and only in office orders. And last you have is office notes. Why do we use office notes? It is used to share information with different departments. That means office notes is only and only used as interdepartmental communication. Okay, it is not used as intra. You are not using office notes within the same department. Okay, you are going to use office notes to share information between two different departments of the same organization. Okay, next you have is MIS, that is management information system. Here system means computers. Here system means technology. Okay, so what is MIS? When information is managed by the use of computers, it becomes MIS. So when you use proper technology, when you use proper computers, and with the help of computers, if you are able to manage the information, that is MIS. So when information is managed by the use of computers, computers, and not just computers, it can be any technological device. It can be a phone also, it can be a laptop also. That is MIS. Now, from where do you get the information? From data, you remove the unwanted content, and what you get is information. Why do you need the information? You need information for decision making. Okay, why is information needed? To take decisions. Okay, so without information, decision making cannot be done. And like I said, from data you get the information. There are data specialists, there are information specialists, there is a proper data processing department who will ensure that unwanted content is removed and what you left is information. Okay, so let's do MIS now. Here if you see executives, here executives means we are talking about top management. What is the work of the top management? To provide leadership, planning, organizing, staffing, supervising, controlling the business. This is the work job of a top management. For making decisions, information is needed. How do you get the information? By information specialist or data processing department. So from the data you will get information, and as per the hierarchy, okay, information needs will differ. So let's say there are multiple levels in the organization, top, middle, low, and as per the levels of management, okay, information needs will be different, and different organizations can have different types of MIS. Now MIS of DMART will be different, MIS of JK Shah classes will be different, okay, MIS of a hospital will be different. So every business, every organization, depending on their requirement, depending on their choices, depending on their need, will have different MIS. It's like everybody's home has a kitchen, but everybody's kitchen will be different. Okay, kitchen in your house will be different, kitchen in my house will be different. So everybody's kitchens are different, but yes, kitchen is there, that is for sure. Now, major postulates. What do you mean by postulates? Your postulate means claim. Okay, Hindi mein if I say किसी भी चीज़ का दावा करना, okay, like what are the claims done by MIS, that if you use MIS, how is it going to be useful to the people using MIS? So first, information is periodic. Information is periodic means you can divide the information in different time periods. Like for example, if there are 100 students in JK Shah classes for CSEET, they will be divided into 4 different periods: Jan, May, July, December. Sorry, November, not December. Yeah. So these are the 4 time periods. Okay, these are the 4 timelines in which we can divide the content of the students. So the information is periodic. Exception. Now what is exception? See, the top management will interfere only when the rules are not followed. Like suppose if I follow the rules and regulations of JK Shah classes, the top management will not interfere in my work, okay, because I'm doing my job properly, okay. But if I don't follow the rules and regulations of JK Shah classes, of course the top management will interfere because I'm not doing my job as I am required to do, as I am supposed to do. So that is called as management by exception, that whenever there is a requirement, top management will interfere, and whenever there is no requirement, top management will not interfere. And it is based on demands, that is, every MIS will be different for every business, for every organization. So each organization, each business will have different MIS. Next, MIS formats are pre-specified or fixed. Okay, so if you see, this format is going to remain the same. It was the same in 2023 also, 2025 also, 2024 also. So this format bifurcation is the same, but the inside information will be different. Of course, last year November students were different. This year November students were different. Last year the July attempt students were different. This year July attempt students were different. Okay, so the format remains the same, but the inside information will be changed, will be different. Information is provided by extraction and manipulation of data. That means, again, from the data you will get the information. So you will remove the unwanted content, okay, and the unwanted content, after removing, what you get is information. Next, you get the information about the performance of the organization. That means you can compare the past and the current information. Okay, you can compare the past performance and the current performance of the organization, and you can understand that how the performance of the organization has been. Has it improved or has it gone down? Supports the intelligence and implementation stages of decision making. That means you do not have to, like, MIS is going to help you to make goals also, as well as to help you implement and achieve those goals also. See, just making goals is not enough. Okay, let's say I make a goal that I want to get AIR 1. That's my goal. Okay, I want to get rank. Okay, but just thinking about it is not going to give you rank. You will actually have to work towards it. You will actually have to ensure that you really put efforts in achieving those goals. So that is, the MIS is going to help in making the goals, as well as ensuring that you are able to achieve those goals as well. Next, supports structured decisions for operational and tactical planning. Structured decisions means routine decisions, day-to-day decisions of middle and lower levels of management. So MIS is helpful to take routine decisions for middle as well as lower levels of management. Next, what is the purpose of MIS? Why we should have MIS in the organization? First, whatever information is there with the organization, whatever positive, negative information is there, you have to share it with the outsiders, you have to share it with the external people, which is why information is needed. It is, you have to report the performance to the tax authorities, shareholders, regulatory authorities, etc. Also, MIS is useful to make long-term and short-term plans. It is used to exercise day-to-day control. That is nothing but routine decisions, structured decisions, to allocate different types of resources to different functional areas. Now, what kind of resources are we talking about? It can be financial resources, it can be infrastructure, it can be human resource. So you can divide, you can distribute different resources to different kinds of departments, to different kinds of requirements. Allows management by exception. I have discussed the meaning of the word exception here. What is allows management by exception? Whenever required, the management will interfere. Whenever not required, management will not interfere. Develop database of business partners. Okay, it's not always database of business partners, it can be database of any content. Like for JK Shah classes, database will be of the students. For a hospital, database will be of the patients. For a departmental store like DMart, database will be of the stock of the items available or not available. So depending on your business, okay, you can have different database developed. Next, elements of MIS. So there are three elements of MIS. One is management, one is information, and one is system. Now, what is management? It is the art of getting things done through people. Okay, so if I hire you, and through you, if I am doing some job, then my management skills are good, my management skills are better, that I am able to do that job through you. It is used to make goals for the organization. It's the duty of the management to make overall goals, overall objectives of the organization. Involves mobilization, combination, allocation, utilization of physical, human, and other resources. So you have to distribute, you have to allocate different resources. It can be human resource, it can be financial resource, it can be infrastructure. Any resource can be divided, can be distributed. Last, it is a process of conceiving and converting ideas into results. Okay, conceiving and converting ideas into results means thinking about the idea and also ensuring that you put efforts to achieve them. Okay, like just thinking is not enough, you will actually have to put efforts to ensure that you are converting your ideas into reality. So that is conceiving and converting ideas into results. Next, why do you need information? It is an increment in knowledge. If you have information, your knowledge can increase, and it is obtained by processing data into information. So, from the data, you will get information. Now, this particular topic of system we will do in basic requirements of MIS. Okay, so let's just do that. Basic requirements of MIS. Here it is. Let's see. 5 basic requirements are there of MIS. First is hardware. Now, what is hardware? It is a physical component of any computer. Okay, it can be your laptop, it can be your phone, it can be your a desktop, etc. So it is a physical computer equipment. What is a software? Software is like the instruction. Okay, without software, hardware is going to be of no use. There can be two types of software: system software, application software. We have discussed this in the regular lectures. What is a system software and what is a application software? Next, database. Database is basically collection of data. One addition you have to do is physical or electronic existence of stored data is known as database. So either your database is in the paper form or your database is in the electronic form. So it is database, whether it is in the physical form or whether it is in the electronic form. Next you have is procedures. Procedures are basically your manuals or instructions booklet, basically the do's and don'ts. If suppose I am using the MIS, okay, what instructions I have to follow, what are the do's and don'ts I have to do while I am using the MIS. So there are three types of procedures: user instructions, instruction for data preparation personnel, and for the computer operations personnel. Now user instruction, this is for the basic employees, okay, your common employees working in the organization. For them, this user manual will be there, like how to basically use the MIS. Second is for the data preparation personnel. They are the ones who are basically working in the data processing departments. They are the ones who will like change your data into information. And last is the computer operations personnel. That means basically here I'm talking about the IT experts. Okay, so you can have the instructions specifically for the IT experts. And the last requirement, it is the operations personnel. That is nothing but IT experts. Okay, so 5 requirements are there for MIS: hardware, software, database, procedures, and operations personnel. Okay, now as we had discussed in the introduction, information needs are different for 3 levels of management. The information needs for top management is different, for middle is different, and for operational is different. Okay, so let's see one by one what are the requirements. Now here, strategic planning is the top level, tactical is middle, operational is lower level. Okay, so what are the information requirements? First, for top level, who are the part of the top level management? This we will not consider. You have the chairperson, you have the board of directors, and you have the CEO. So there are 3 important people, 3 like top management people who will be part of the top management. What is the job of the top management? Okay, concerned with the overall task of designing, directing, and managing the organization. So it is a duty of the top management to make the goals, okay, to set new goals for the organization. Same point is covered here also. It's the top management's responsibility to make goals and objectives of the business. Then um, it's the duty of the top management to interact with the external people, okay, who are part of the external people. Okay, they can be politicians, they can be any important clients, they can be investors, they can be lenders, they can be borrowers, anybody who is important for the business. Okay, the top management is going to be interacting with them, having conversation with them. They are accountable for the effectiveness and efficiency of the operation. Accountable means responsible. Okay, if something good happens, of course the top management will be appreciated, and if something wrong happens, okay, the top management will be blamed. So it is totally upon the top management. Okay, like if something good happens, top management will be appreciated, and if something wrong happens, it is always the top management that will be blamed. So that is, they have to be accountable. Next, it's the duty of the top management to have long-term plans. So you think long-term, so it's the duty of the top management to think about long-term plans. The top management should know what is happening outside the organization. Okay, what are the changes in the political situations? What are the changes in the social situations? What are the changes in the economic situation of the country? What are the technological changes happening? So all this latest information should be there with the top management. Of course, top management should be getting information about historical information as well as ongoing or current information. Okay, so it's the duty of the top management to get the old information also, as well as to know what is going on currently, and they can make a comparison and to see how the performance of the organization is. Information by the top management is futuristic and external. Futuristic means it is long term, and of course, the top management should know more about what is happening outside the organization. Okay. Next, you have is information requirements of the middle level. Now, who is the part of the middle level? There is sales manager, purchase manager, finance manager, HR. Okay, so different departments, different managers will be part of the middle management. Here, middle management overlaps the top and the lower level. So middle management is a sandwich. Above it is the top management, below it is the lower management. Now, these 2 points we have very clearly discussed in the regular lectures, that middle level management is called as the administrative management, and lower level management is called as the operations management. Now, how it is administrative and how it is operations, okay, the complete explanation is there when we had discussed our regular lectures. But in the exam, they will not ask you the reason why. If they want to ask you the MCQ on this point, just remember middle management is administrative management, and lower management is a supervisory or the operations management. And nature of information at the middle level is less diverse and complicated as compared to top level. Okay. Next, supervisory level is at the base of the hierarchy, it's below. Who all are part of the supervisory level? Section officers, office managers, superintendents, foremen, supervisors. All these are examples of people belonging to the supervisory level. Supervisory levels are responsible for routine day-to-day decisions. Okay, so everyday operations of the organization on a day-to-day basis is with the supervisory level. Okay, they do not require much judgment and discretion. So lower level do not have much choice. Whatever is told to them, top level, whatever is told to them by the top level, the lower level management have to follow it. Okay, if the top management says that the lecture is from 12 o'clock, so the lower level management have to start at 12 o'clock. There's no choice given. Okay. And perspective of supervisory level is short range, that is, it is short term, and it is insular. Insular means it is in the closed environment. The lower level management should know just what is happening within their jurisdiction. Lower level management is not concerned what is happening outside of the organization. They are just concerned with what is happening within their power, within their authority, whatever comes. So that is, it is insular and it is in the closed environment. Okay. Next we do the topic of characteristics. Okay, we'll start reverse. If you see here on page 217, it is written computerized. Okay, in the beginning itself I discussed system means computers or any kind of technology. Okay, so MIS is better with the use of computers. Information can be saved, information can be managed better with computers. Okay, it is possible to have MIS without using computers. Even before there were computers, okay, information was there. Okay, but with information, with computers, it has become easier to manage the information. But the use of computers increases the effectiveness of the system. Next, selective sharing of data. Okay, what is selective sharing of data? We had discussed need to know basis. Okay, when we discussed the topic of business reports, whoever knows whoever needs the information, that information should be given to that particular person only. Okay, if that information is not relevant to you, that information should not be shared. So now 2 points we'll do together, that is modularity and subsystem. Now module means group. Okay, suppose for example, if I say that there are 100 students with J.K. Shah classes studying in CS. There is CS EET, there is CS Executive, and there is CS Professional. EET will have 4 groups, like 4 attempts, Executive 2, Professional 2. So this entire information of 100 students is divided into different modules, is divided into different categories. That is nothing but modularity or subsystem. That MIS helps you to divide the information, helps you to bifurcate the information in different groups and in different modules. Next, flexibility. If there is a requirement, MIS should be changed. Like if I tell you pre-2020, there was CS Foundation, there was CS Executive, and there was CS Professional. Foundation 2 attempts, Executive 2 attempts, Professional 2 attempts. Okay. Post 2020, now there is EET, there is Executive, and there is Professional. There are 4 attempts, 2 attempts, and 2 attempts. Okay. So if the institute has changed the pattern, institute has made it different. Okay, so here the MIS has to be changed. You cannot continue with the same MIS if it has, if the rules have been changed. So here, as far as possible, okay, it should be easily modified. Yes, it should not keep changing every time. Whenever required, it should be changed. Feedback. We can compare the past data and the current data. We can compare the past data and the current data and see to it how the performance of the organization has been. If the performance has improved or the performance has not improved. So MIS, compares the the past and the current data to get better understanding of how the performance has been. Uses established quality criteria. See, if you have the power to spend the money, okay, make a better MIS. Okay, if the quality of your MIS is good, it will help you to give better results. And how can you have a better quality MIS? Okay, if you have proper money to spend. Okay, today if I buy something from Meesho and if I buy something from Myntra, of course the Myntra quality is better, but how do I if I have the money, only then I will be able to spend the money on Myntra, otherwise it will be of no use. Next, relevant information. Okay, whatever information is related to your business, whatever information is related to your company, okay, that information should be added in the MIS. Like when you come to take admission in JK Shah classes, they will not ask you what your blood group is, because that information is not relevant. It is irrelevant for taking business decisions. Okay, so provides only relevant information. Conforms means match. Okay, so whatever the requirements of the managers are, whatever the requirements of the users are, according to that, okay, MIS should be developed. So at the end, MIS should be made in such a way that the users are comfortable, the managers are comfortable using it, otherwise it will be of no use. Next, enhances productivity. Okay, so with the use of MIS, routine decisions can be taken faster, day-to-day decisions can be done quickly, which increases the efficiency, increases the productivity of the organization, enables routine tasks such as document preparations to be carried out more efficiently, transformation of data into information. So from the data, you will get information. Last 3 points we will do together: comprehensiveness, coordinated, and integration. Okay, so if there are different departments, okay, if there are different branches in the organization, the departments and branches can work together. Okay, they can work in coordination, they can be as a team to ensure that the work is done properly, and this can be done with the help of MIS. So with the use of MIS, okay, the work can be done together as a team, there will be proper coordination, and everybody will work in union with integration. So if there are different departments, if there are different branches, they all can work together with the use of MIS. Next, last topic, and then we end the session for today because we have completed two big chapters, is revision. So what are the limitations of MIS, like the drawbacks? First, depending on your input of information, you will get the output. Okay, if your input of information is not proper, okay, if your input of information is not relevant, you will not get the right output. You will not get the right output of information. So your input should be right to get a proper output. Next, see, MIS is not going to take decisions for you. At the end, you need a proper human resource. You need a proper top management who will take the decision. Okay? Because MIS is a machine. MIS is not going to be a substitution for your decision making. At the end, it's your skill, it's your efforts that will ensure how you take the decision. Okay, as a top management, if the top management does not know what kind of decisions are to be taken, okay, then in that case, MIS is of no use. See, as JK Shah classes, we can help you with your exam. We can help you with the concepts, but at the end, it is you yourself who have to go and attempt the exam. Next, there may not be the required flexibility. Okay, so don't keep changing your MIS frequently. If you want to change the MIS, there's nothing wrong in changing it. Change it, but do it with, when it is required. Don't keep changing your MIS unnecessarily. It will become expensive. Okay, it will be a waste of time, energy, resources. So keep it flexible, no doubt, but don't change it too frequently. Next, fourth and sixth point we'll do later. Next is fifth point. Takes into account only quantitative factors. Now, what are quantitative factors? Something that you can measure in numbers. Okay, so MIS considers anything which can be measured in numbers but ignores non-quantitative factors. What are non-quantitative factors? Something which you cannot measure in numbers, like your honesty, your ethics, okay, your behavior. All this does not have number to judge. So MIS will ignore non-quantitative factors but will only and only focus on something which is measurable in numbers. Next, The effectiveness of MIS is reduced where the culture is to hold the information. So if you are keeping the information secret, okay, if you are keeping the information hidden, then there's no point having MIS, because MIS helps you to share the information. MIS helps you to, like, work together as a team with proper coordination. But if you are holding the information, if you are hiding the information, then MIS is of no use. Of course, MIS is the use of MIS will be reduced if there is frequent changes in the top management. Okay, if the top management keeps changing frequently, it's of no use. See, both the sides, you cannot constantly change your MIS, that is also not right, and you cannot constantly keep changing the top management. Both should be consistent. Okay, MIS also should be consistent, as well as the people using the MIS should be also consistent as far as possible. Yes, if there is requirement to change it, of course change it. Nobody is going to stop you from doing that. And the last is, cannot provide tailor-made information and not useful for non-programmed decision. This means that MIS is only useful for routine decisions. MIS is not useful for decisions which are not routine, something that happens for the very first time. Okay, like taking admission is a routine activity. Okay, it happens on a day-to-day basis. Okay, that is why MIS is useful. But MIS is not going to be useful if there is any non-programmed decision to be taken. Non-programmed means something which is not of a routine nature. Okay, then in this case you will not be able to use the MIS. Then of course the top management themselves will have to decide what they want to do. Okay, then MIS will be of no use. Okay, so I hope today's session was helpful to everyone. Okay, we have discussed two major chapters. Tomorrow we'll discuss the remaining chapters, and if time permits, we will see some extra MCQs also, so that you get a better idea of how the questions are coming in the exam. Okay, so thank you all very much for sticking around till the end, whoever was watching it since the beginning. Okay, and all the very best for your exams. I hope you all clear your EET exams with good marks, and of course, okay, come to the next level. Okay, so I'll end the revision of today's session. Okay,